Hello, everyone, and welcome to day two of the Rock. I'm here with Tindra. Hi, Tindra.
Hi.
And Peter will join us a little bit later for today. The sailors are getting ready for the first race of the day, which is race number 5.
Yes.
Seems like they haven't put down the race course yet, so we'll use this time to talk a little bit about yesterday. And we have a guy we saw many times yesterday winning some races by quite a lot, and that is Will Keelty from Canada. And he really showed how good you can be in certain conditions, finding the shifts and being really fast as well. In second position, we have Ines Mendes. She was maybe not in the top of the races, but she also had very, very good lowest level. So she's second overall. And in third position, we also have a girl that is Margot Min Nguyen. And I think she's fresh from the Asian Championship that also had light conditions. So she has surely been practicing and had a great day yesterday. And in fourth position, we have Carl Birgersson. And Carl did really well this year at the World Championship with a bronze medal. So he also knows how to sail in light wind. In fifth position, we have none other than the reigning world champion, Nicolas Papas. And I think these are his prime conditions, but I also know that he is trying some different gear here than what he's used to. In sixth position, we have Manuel Braganza, also very experienced sailor, good in all conditions. Fourth at the Worlds this year. Seventh position, we have Algis Angelopoulos. I was this year at the Rock Cosmos in Athens, where we had light conditions and also strong conditions, and he really showed everyone that he's good in all winds, so it doesn't really matter what type of wind we have. In eighth position, we have Italian Andrea De Murtas. Andrea is also an all-round sailor, coming from Lake Garda. He is used to conditions where we have a lot of shifts and a lot of land effects, which is a little bit different from here. In ninth position, we have Isan Rohel, who is, I think, the only Spanish sailor in this event, but he has really been showing that he is one of the top 45 this year. In 10th position, we have from Argentina, Thomas Morteo, and Thomas we saw many times yesterday. Also, maybe not having the best races, but also no bad races, and that's why he's here in the top 10. We can see Tindra here, the sailors preparing, I think. You're a coach as well, and you've been here last year coaching some sailors. What kind of preparations do you think the sailors are doing right now?
I think they're checking the speed, trying to get an understanding of the wind. And I think today they are expecting to do 6 races since they missed out on one yesterday. And I wasn't on the coach meeting, but I expect them to also do some reaching starts today because we have a bit more wind than we had yesterday.
Yes, I also heard a rumor they will try to do a reach start, let's say the OptiGP course.
Exactly.
So that will be interesting. It's a little bit more action in that course, I think, especially when we have more wind. The forecast says that we're going to have a little bit more wind in the afternoon. And I think the wind is supposed to pick up the whole day and become stronger.
Yeah, it's always tricky to know how much wind you have when you're on shore or looking through the drone because it always looks like a bit less than what they actually have. It's my experience. But I think it's an exciting day.
Yeah, and maybe it's just my imagination, but it looks like there is a little bit more wind further away in the camera from where the wind is coming from. That is a little bit stronger there. So maybe we will have better conditions soon.
from what I can remember from last year's, it is with this wind direction and then a bit more breeze. They also get decent waves out there. So I think we can expect that, depending on how strong the wind is out there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit unsure what the sailors are actually doing now. I think maybe they're moving the race course. Is that it? Because
Yeah, they're
they're
really
sailing,
scattered.
following one of the ribs there. So, Tindra, you've been here before, and a big difference is that coaches, they don't have their own ribs. Normally, they share rib with other coaches.
Yes.
How does that affect the way you're working on the water?
Uh, it's up to to the sailors to come up to the coach a lot because, as you said, they're stuck together with other coaches in a rib, so they can't really go up to the sailors that easily as they're used to. So I think that's an adjustment that the kids uh, need to do.
Yeah, and I know from experience that that's one of the things you really want your sailors to do, that they are actually not just sailing around doing nothing for an hour,
Yeah.
but they actually try to
I
prepare
mean, you
themselves.
always want your kids to come up to you, but now they really need to. And yeah. And also, I think, for example, for the preparations, you're stuck together with other coaches, and maybe everyone is not uh, preparing on the water in the same way. So they also need to, come up with the idea that everyone is, okay with. They need to cooperate in a bigger extent than what the coaches are used to.
Yeah, so we can see a coach rib here on the top left corner, and then the umpires in the red ribs at the moment.
Yeah. How was it yesterday? Did the umpires give out a lot of, what do you call it, the yellow rock flags?
Yeah, so I saw a few penalties because we have direct umpiring here. They can also give penalties when not only when they are doing illegal propulsion, but also when they just do a mistake on the course. I saw a few. I think we'll see a lot more today, especially in the first rounding.
Because I arrived yesterday, so I didn't see much of the racing. But from what I heard from both the kids and some of the spectators down there, that it wasn't that many. Like I remember last year, it's been a lot of them most days.
Yeah, yeah, and I know, and that's think it's also very chaotic here. We have normally maybe 3, 4 sailors coming up to a mark, and here like 30 sailors going to the mark at the same time because the level is so even. Seems here like we are maybe they are preparing here for a start.
Are they
It actually looks like that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna check and see if we can get both marks up. Linda, could you maybe perhaps go ask them to adjust so we see? And here we go. We just started. We can see looks like the sailors starting at the top did a little bit better. So here we have the off the GP course, which means they start with a reach and then they will go downwind. And it's extremely important here to have a lane. Seems like the angle is quite high. So the key here is to understand what is the optimal angle to the mark. And once you know that, you have to make sure that from where you're starting, your optimal angle isn't covered by another boat. So here we can see that the boats starting a little bit low normally have a better optimal angle because they are starting lower. But here you can see that the optimal angle is really high. So it's not that much better, but they got covered immediately, which means it doesn't really matter if they have a better angle if you're covered. So we will also see if we can get a little bit of close up here to make out some sail numbers. Here at the bottom, we can see Manuel Braganza having a clear lane. He is a little bit behind because he is covered, but could work because he has the better optimal angle. We have what looks to be the leaders, Greece 7 and Italy 6. So that is Francesco Colotti and Giannis. And both of them seem to be doing quite fine. We have Greece 2, Agis, and Italy 2, Andrea. I would say these are the guys who will probably round the mark first. But when we have these angles, it's always important to understand that in the end, unless you're not covered, it's always the bottom birds that will gain. So here we have a little bit clearer view. Looks like Manuel's gonna do fine in the end. Probably some boats there in the middle that will round first. So here we have the middle right of the blob. So they are doing the best for the moment. I would guess it will be Italy 6 who will round first. Here next to the red rib on the left, I think it's Manuel, and he also has a very nice lane to the mark. Tindra, the sailors are very um, inexperienced in this type of sport. Do you have any tip for them how to think?
Mainly it's come with a lot of speed when the start goes, I think. Because you saw, now we didn't see much of the start, but you often see that the majority of the fleet are like lining up, maybe like 2-3 meters behind the starting line, and then they try to aim at having maximum speed when the start goes. But I think that's really tricky task to manage.
And this is also very interesting. You don't have to jibe here at this mark. You could also just continue.
Yeah.
So it's not actually that important to be in the lower lane. Like it's normally you really want to have like mark room in a normal rounding, but here it's fine to be on the outside.
You also see that it's really tight rounding.
Yes.
So
some
maybe
great action.
even like the sailors coming a bit further out are benefiting from this.
We can see there's quite a big spread.
Yeah.
I'm always surprised at the rock that they're almost equally divided in length as they are in width. No?
Yeah.
So the width and length are the same. So like a box going downwind and not a line of boats.
Yeah, and now the assignment is to get a good rounding. For the first boat, that will not be a problem, but then usually the gate rounding is super tight. And you will really see people benefiting from getting a good rounding compared to the ones failing, and will lose out a lot. So
yeah, we can see that they have really decided to divide themselves into two groups.
Yeah.
Not really sure why that is. Looks like they're surfing a bit today. Like
Yeah, I hope so.
Not that good waves from what we can see from here, but if you see in the drone, at least they get half a surf and then they drop off.
Yeah, now we see the empires also in picture. So far, I don't know.
We have here Greece 5, I think.
5 and 6, I think.
Yeah. So that is George Mandilas, I think.
Yeah.
And Yannis Sorius.
Exactly.
Oh, and here we have your brother in view, Tindra.
Yeah, here we have Alex Forson.
Also see Margot and Manuel, both of them had a great day yesterday,
Yeah,
being in the top 10.
Yeah.
Looks like
And it's also interesting with this course is at the upwind, we're used to just having a mark, the upwind mark, but that's not the case with this course. So with this course, we have a gate at the upwind mark, which makes it very very interesting. So now we really see the fleet just lining up. We see some boats ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
And then it's gonna be, I think, very messy rounding after that. What do you think, Tom?
I think so too.
That's usually what we see.
It's gonna be trouble now for us. What are we gonna cover? Are we gonna cover the left or right side chaos? I think maybe we'll see where we have the best drone view, and then we'll just pick that side.
Yeah.
As for the upwind, because now the sailors are really focused on tactics and just gaining that extra meter in
Yeah.
speed. But after this, we have a normal upwind. So, what recommendation do you give the sailors? Like, when do you make the decision to go to the right or left gate? Is it already too late to should I have done that earlier, or is it still possible to change?
I think it depends a bit where in the fleet you are. But if you're a bit further, like if you're in the middle of the fleet, it's too late, in my opinion. Like there's too many boats, you cannot really uh, maneuver and change. But I think what we're gonna see also at the gate is probably people that haven't really fighted for like the inner lane at the rounding and are positioned more in the middle. They will just when they approach the gate see whichever gate has less people, and they based on that they will choose to gate. So let's see. Now the first boats are rounding the gates, and they're going out on the left side. If you think from the upwind angle.
We're gonna go to the other gate, so this is the left one, and they're a little bit more zoomed in.
Yeah, and here we see it's really messy already.
Both sides seem to be quite equal.
Yeah. And it looks like we do not have that strong of a breeze. You see all the sailors, none of them are hiking.
Great view here of the chaos. Really important not to be on the outer lane here. I think who's immediately there.
We see the empires were showing flag.
Yeah, I think we just saw Alexander there having protest. And then it looks like most sailors want to exit as soon as possible or maybe go to the left.
Yeah, a lot of boats taking over.
Umpires flagging there. I think it was a green flag. So it looks like Andrea de Murtas is in the lead for now. We also have another Italian to the left, could be Colotti. Um, We are double checking with the tracker to see if we can figure out who is who. Yes, so that's an Argentinian sailor, uh, according to the tracker. Looks like the Mertes is now rounding as the leader. We see an Italian in third, looks like Colotti. Second, Greece, can't make out the number. Could be Papas. Now the Italian in fourth position. The Italians are doing great today. We had a really interesting starboard port situation on the left mark. We will probably see an umpire giving a red flag very soon. Another starboard port situation between Will Keelty here and Francisco. Could be a flag as well. So you don't actually have to tack if you're starboard. You could continue. That's something the sailors are not used to. As a port boat here, maybe you assume the other one's going to attack, but they don't have to. Okay. Looks like the left mark's going to have some chaos. Here we can see on the left mark, India, Shreya Krishna wanted to attack there, but she was tacking both as well. We cannot tack if the other one has overlap. On the right side, it looks like Margot rounding, and it's very tight here.
So now they're going down one more time and then up again and then finishing with a reach.
Yeah, and I think time is running out. If you want to gain, the fleet is now starting to be a little bit more spread out.
Yeah.
Have to make your final gamble now if you're gonna make any major differences on the final two legs.
He had to come for battery in 2 minutes.
So here we can see the umpires are a little bit in the back of the fleet. Can you explain why they are not in the front and in the back?
Cadena.
You're the manager.
Here we have a nice overview of the fleet. Quite a big lead for Andrea de Murtas. Could be a good idea for now to use the tracker to see where your sailors are, and then can use this live view and you can see where they are right now. This is quite a big spread again, but I cannot really see any differences in wind pressure. I think long term, the left part of the picture, the further side away, that they will have a little bit more wind the longer we sail today. But for now, I can't see any differences. Tinda, do you have any ideas what will happen on the second upwind here?
No, I do not. It's very difficult to have a say on that from shore.
But we can for sure see that the wave seems to have picked up a bit. The swell is quite big, no?
Yeah, it's nice, nice waves out there. That's fun that we
Yeah.
have a bit of different conditions, even if the wind doesn't look that strong. What do you think?
No, it looks quite light, so I
Yeah.
think most of the waves are just rolling under.
Yeah.
But you can get a little part of them. You can see they get maybe 1 second, almost catching it, and then they drop it again.
Yeah. But it's fun that we have at least other conditions that we had yesterday, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I also think it's going to be even better later, so we'll definitely get more action today than
Yeah.
yesterday. Hello again, and we are back now for race 6. Looks like they are changing course. So we no longer have the Opti course, but instead we have a normal start. Most sailors seem to favor the committee side. Can see a few guys trying the middle, but almost nobody thinks it's okay to start at the pin. You can see from this angle that there are lots of boats on the right side, and the middle is a little bit more spread out. There are some gaps, especially after the top third from the right. And if you can just find a gap, you will be finding your acceleration. Here we go, and we have a recall. So we'll be back in a few minutes for the next start. We're back again for race 6. And we have Peter with us again.
Peter is back again. Tindra is very strong at this, but you'll have to, it has to suffice with me. We're back to a different kind of start again, Tom.
Yeah, and we can see it looks like it's some pin in favor. And they're pushing the line again. It looks like a restart, sadly. We'll see what they do. They may be letting this one go, but it looks like they're reaching for... No, they are probably just recalling individuals here. Anyway, we can see we had pin in favor. Already Italy 2, the Murtas making the attack together with Braganza, crossing the entire right side. And we have other sailors even more on the right, on the pin side, who are even better. You get a nice overview here, Peter?
Absolutely. Seeing the whole fleet, you'll be able to see the sailors you're interested in yourselves, right? So we have, a few of them really breaking out a small advance ahead of the rest of the fleet.
Yeah, now we see some guys more to the left, middle left, who made attack. So Papa's there, I think, and an Italian sailor. But even so, there are even more sailors on the left side who never made attack. And we can see that those sailors are still waiting to attack, and we're not sure if they're ahead or not, but I would guess that they might be the leaders. So far, it looks like a repeat of yesterday's races, but much more wind. But we have this pin in favor, and the question is, will it go right now? Yesterday did, but also a difference today is that there's more wind and the pressure is a little bit more stable, I think. I don't give the right side that big of a hope at the moment, but we never know. Here we can see the boats on the left actually made attack, and it looks from this angle a lot better than before. So I think waiting and continue starboard, if you had a pin and start, was clearly better than cashing in immediately. We have Andrea de Murtas here and Manuel Braganza. Both of them had wonderful mid starts and made attack immediately. But now it looks like they maybe dropped down to 10-15. We will see when they make the attack. It's not so easy to see the angles in the drone. But we do know something about the weather today, Peter. We will soon bring it up.
We do. It's just as a reference and compared to yesterday, which you most of you saw, right? We have about the same wind speed, but 1 or 2 knots. It's shifting a bit more, which is good for some of the sailors. They will appreciate that. Yesterday, we also had the wind coming straight from east, while we today have a 30-degree wind direction, meaning it comes from the island of Cyprus, which has a few characteristics that makes it a little bit different normally.
Yeah, it's more left-sided wind today for the sailors. And I think it also affected a little bit the strategy here. At least in this race, it seems like the left side is paying off even more than yesterday.
We have, a bit of the choppiness in the waves, but we also see the same longer waves that we had a taste of yesterday. But I think it's at least as much from a waviness perspective, maybe a little bit more, right? And it's also very warm today, actually. It's shifting between 29 and 30 degrees. And that could have been why the wind came a little bit later today.
And now we have something interesting happening. We have Andrea de Murtas making the attack. So he was the middle boat who went right and now went left. And he was trying to cross but had to duck. And it looked like he was around 10 to 15 as predicted. We will see when he's all the way on the left side later where he ends up. Meanwhile, we now have other boats who are just delaying the loss towards the left. And it's not so easy. As we said yesterday, shall you just delay and hope for the best, or just take the loss and play for some gains on the left side? And yesterday, it was always delaying that paid off. We will see what happens today. We have Papas here, so Papas was a little bit better than the Murtas out of the start. And we can see that he chose to cross the whole fleet and then ended up almost on starboard lee. Will be really interesting to see how he fares compared to the left side, which I think is led by Alexander Forsen from Sweden. So when these two boats meet, it will be really interesting. Right lane line really tight. Thomas de Oliveira getting squeezed, also Sean Kuhn. And we have some guys already rounded. We will see. I think maybe they overstayed the ley line. A lot of boats seem to have overstayed the ley line. That's why they come reaching, they miss the mark. So here we have Alexander Forsen, who I predicted would be leading, but he didn't because he was ahead. And then we have Will Kilty having some huge issues there because he had to bear away and give room to boats from starboard. And I think he was still on the upwind on port. Yes, he's coming back now. Freya rounding. It's extremely tight. The whole fleet overstayed the left side. So even though the left was better, if you sail twice as long, it's not helping you. Here, more guys coming in from the left. We can see here another view. Some stragglers on the left that overstayed the ley line. Shreya Krishna trying to round, hitting the mark, so we'll probably have to make a penalty.
Yeah, I think we just saw the rounding earlier. They were the first ones, right? So I think Akison rounded earlier. First, Shiloh's number 2 and Papas is number 3. And then I think we caught most of the rest, yeah?
Exactly, and looks like they're not spreading out as much. There are some guys who want to take the inner banana, but most continue here for starboard. The wind also picked up a lot, and I think we can also see that it's much gustier than before. We can see the gust on the water moving. I think this will be a really interesting race because the fleet is so squeezed together. In distance, it's a little bit equal to last race, but because they're moving much faster in time, it's very close.
Okay, so now we have both the gate. It's so far, it's a majority taking the upper one. Maybe that's like they saw that the left gave a lot in the first upwind from the start, right? So many of them are choosing to go on the left. There are some who are not at the top of the race. They will gamble on the right a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, that's probably what we will see. I'm not sure the left's going to pay off that much on this upwind because we know that the wind will pressure a little bit from the left. But now when the wind already came in, I'm not sure it's going to pay off to go even more left, but we will see. Meanwhile, we have a big chaos on the left mark. It looks like a lot of sailors will have to take the outer lane, which is extremely bad. It's very tight. Maybe it's even worth taking the other gate mark in order to just get free wind, and then you can tack later if you need.
Still not as much clumping up as yesterday, and I think the better wind today helps with that, right? There's wind in the sails for all of them.
Yeah, but still, Peter, here it looks like it's going to be big chaos now.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
a bit too early then.
but we'll see. There are 5 in a row, I think, but they're handling it great. Most of the other boats are just waiting for their turn.
Yeah. So the gate rounding, the ones taking the gate towards sailing out left was led by Papas, followed by Akeson, Shilos, Sean Kam, Filippo Noto, I think, yeah.
Yeah, we could see Nicholas really fast on the downwind overtaking and so they have also corrected the race course a bit for this new wind direction. Left is still going strong. Still, I'm unsure if it's gonna pay off here on the second upwind. I do think we will see a pretty even match here. Sailors will probably come up both on the right and from the left side. And in this angle, we have to remember that the guys who went left in the top are now in the middle. So these are the leading boats. So they didn't actually go middle early, they went left. Now we can see the first boat from the right side moving in. Looks like it's all right. So probably nothing has really happened here on the second upwind. When I say nothing, I don't mean there aren't local changes, but overall, we can say that one side was clearly better than the other. And we can see here now on the left side, we have the first and second position. And here we have the same image focused on the first and second position. And here is Ernst Åkesson in the second position. A little bit easier for him today. With more wind, he can use his body a little bit more, suiting his technique. And above him, we have Nicolas Papas, probably leading quite clearly this race. And these sailors picked the left gate mark, and then they opened a little bit left, and then went middle, and then they went left again. And it doesn't look like they gained that much or lost anything, so they're quite similar to where they started.
I think the fight for 3 and 4 is pretty tight. Alexander Shilos and Filippo Notto, they are trading tacks, and it's very close. So let's see how that ends up here.
Yeah, second position rounding now. Here it looks like Shilos dropped a little to fourth.
Yeah. So clearly approaching the mark. We have a clear number 3 in Filippo Notto.
And then fifth position we have Manuel Braganza. You can see here from this overview that it's very tight. Lots of boats coming in. Here we have a nice overview of the leading boats. Nicolas Papas just flying on the waves now. The wind picked up a little bit. And now it's very important to have the right technique. And also, of course, it helps a little bit with the weight. If you are a little bit light, you can catch the waves a little bit better. And here, when you have this wind, you will catch them halfway. So if you catch them 60%, that's better than catching them 50%. So just being a little bit better now will give you a bigger advantage than if the wind increased even more and everyone will get those nice serves. You can see here in fourth position and third position we have a fight, and those boats are getting some really, really nice surfs right now. If we're lucky, we will have the chance to see the technique of Nicolas Papas. In Slovenia, we had very light wind, but here he really shows that he masters all conditions. So the waves are still just rolling under them. You can see that it's not easy to catch that wave. And if you can just get perfect angle, you will be so much faster than the rest. You can easily gain hundreds of meters, even compared to the high level of this fleet. It's doable. So sailors are jibing to round the mark. We don't expect anything to happen here on the last leg. Interesting. Further back, we have to keep an eye on Manuel Braganza and Alexander Shilos. They're gonna have a fight. For now, Manuel has a few meters, but he has the wrong angle, so I think he will lose those meters. And another fight, Italy 5, I think, maybe Italy 6 is coming in. It's gonna be really tight here. Looks like Manuel barely made it, so he's fine. And also Alexandros. This fight was just a few meters off from becoming a real fight. They didn't really do much. We have a penalty happening.
Oh, yeah, very tight as
More boats coming in, gearing up for a chaos situation. Sharpie rounding. Interesting situation. So if you have mark room, it doesn't matter if boats coming in late for starboard. But the problem is when some boats are outside the zone and they think they're inside, and then you have this umpiring situation that's quite common. For example, Argentina here. You can see that Argentina won. Thomas was outside the zone, so he actually doesn't have any mark room. And Bastian could have gone on the inside. Very interesting, very tight. Here we have Hong Kong 1. Is it going to hit the mark? No, Margot makes it. Meanwhile, some of the other boats are finishing. We're going to stay in this view so that you can see where your sailors finish. And here we have top three in this race. Nicolas Papas.
Clearly winning.
Well-deserved win, I would say.
Yeah,
I think he won by hundreds of
fantastic.
meters in the end.
Especially the downwind, right?
Yeah, that was impressive. Second position.
Yeah,
Who's that, Peter?
yeah, I'm happy. Ernst Åkesson, also good finish, right? He led the race at the first mark. Papas passed him, but then he held the position throughout the race.
Yeah, and then in third we have Manuel. He had this great fight with Alexandros at the mark, and I think Alexandros had to spin.
Fantastic fight throughout the race, right? I don't think he rounded top 5 at the first mark, so he fought himself into the race and climbed to the third spot.
Yeah, so congratulations to these sailors, and we will be right back with you for the next race. And now we're back for race 7. Sailors are doing their final preparations. Looks like we have some pin favor. And this time it seems like most sailors also want to start at the pin. We have not seen this before, as we had a quite even distribution of sailors most of the starts. So this will be very interesting to see what happens at the pin. We'll probably have some kind of blob at the pin and lots of boats getting stuck. But we will just inform our pilots to take an extra look at that point when the start happens, and we will get great shots.
Wind seems to be picking up rather than going down, some more like 9 knots now than 8. So this is looking promising.
Yeah.
Many with the pin and favor now, right? Almost no one down at committee. So the sailors have definitely decided that that's going to be favorable this time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
getting close. Stay under, and that's the start. Look clearish. Oh, this is going to be messy up at the pin end.
Yeah,
No,
looks
I
like
don't think
already
the start has not even gone yet, right? So if they don't recall this, we're going to have a massive.
Yeah, I recall we can see some sailors turning it back.
Interesting to see now whether the sailors will adjust their strategy for next race, or if they will still try to go for the pin end and value what's more worth it at the line, or maybe we even will see a change of the line. It looks like they're moving the pin end, right?
Yeah, the committee maybe is also.
So they're straightening the line to give everyone a more fair chance of how to race. But the forecast is still showing around 30 degrees wind direction, so it's not a heavy shift. After an adjustment to the starting line, we're going for the next one. I think the race committee felt it was a little bit unbalanced, and I think the sailors agreed. So now we see a lot of those that try to start pin end are actually crowding around the committee.
Yeah, and we also have a black flag this time, so people are much more scared of the line.
Maybe that's why we have the banana.
Yeah, and I think even though this changed, I actually personally think the pin is a lot better. So if someone starts with the pin, they will probably lead the race, but we'll see.
Uh,
For sure, you don't want to be in the banana, at least.
No.
That's definitely bad. It's not so easy to understand that you're in the banana, though. When you're down, you only see boats, you don't actually see the mark. So a good strategy can be to go up a little, cross the other boats, and then you can see one of the marks. And then normally it's easy to be on the line if you see one of the marks.
Still fairly distributed now, right?
Yeah,
It's
I
all
think
across the line.
feels like it's not much left now. They're gearing up acceleration. And there we go. Good starts from both the boat and the pin. Very interesting here. Looks fairly even.
Some already choosing to tack out towards the right. That started close to committee.
Yeah, I think they had a slightly worse start, so they didn't have a choice. We get a nice pan here so we can see all the sailors. And you can find your sailor where they are in the fleet. And it's so important to survive this first minute. On the left here we can see Will Kilty together with Alexander Shilos doing very well. Also Dalton Salamar and Bastian. No, yeah, could have been Bastian. Couldn't really see the last sailor there. But for now, it actually looks like it's quite even. So no sailor from the pin has managed to tack, which means they can tack, basically. And that's an indication of the line being quite even.
Also possibly a sign that we will have chaos in the first rounding.
Yeah,
It's going to be incredibly important to be one of the first few to arrive, right?
indeed. So it looks pretty good here at on the right side for now. But also the boats who managed to win at the pin are quite all right. And it's the middle that started a little bit later that are falling back. And now it's hard to be here in the middle because when people start tacking from both sides, you will have to duck no matter what you do.
Also fairly much of long waves now. They have to work the boat.
Here we can see the first boat tacking. It's Will. We'll see if he actually makes the cross or not. It's going to be barely if he makes it. Now we are focused on the middle. Still going strong for starboard, which means that they feel that they are crossing. Sean Kum doing great. You can see Will attack back, so that means he couldn't actually cross.
No, this line is going to be very hard for them to cross, right? They will meet another boat. Defending their line.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's gonna be, I think the right side paid off a little bit more the longer they sailed, but now we see them actually attacking. And it's very close. Are they gonna cross or not? Looks like they are maybe the same. It's just gonna be a meter or so difference. But we're also comparing to the top boat in the middle here, and now they're meeting the rest. Interesting. I think they are barely winning there on the left, but we will see soon. So the boats you see now are actually boats that started at the boat and then went starboard towards the middle. And the boats now in picture are the ones that did worse start and had to play the right side because there weren't so many options for them. So here are the stragglers who had to pick the right side. So they're not really representative of the right, they're actually representative of the middle. And here you see that the left won by not much, but barely won. So we have Sweden 1 and 2, who came from the right, who had a good start there, and also Italy. And you can see that they had to make the attack, and now I think the left is going strong here at the end. So in the end, it seems like the pin paid off, and then you had to keep going left. But even as we speak, I think the left is gaining more and more. So it could be that some of the boats who had a slightly worse start on dock, the leaders on the left, are now in the lead. I'll give you another view here. You see all boats for port. Very good indication that something happened and the left side is paying off.
Mm.
So in previous races, we have seen that staying on your side and waiting for something always paid off. Will it be the same this race? I do think we actually started in some kind of right side favor that gradually and slowly went left. So it's unclear if staying on the right now will actually help you.
No, the only shots were four, and many did not tack a lot, right? So they started committee and then sailed out towards the left, right? And that's the only thing you can do if there's a favor on the left, but there's a line that favors the right, right? You have to push out as quick as you can.
Yeah, and I think, at least from what we're seeing now, the right side is not looking good.
No.
I think they're losing all the time, just a little. So this shift to the right that comes sooner or later has started. So we can see now that the right shift actually happened. We have the top boats or middle right are now in the lead. And they overtook the boats and went even more left. And we can see further down on the right, they're actually even to the top from the left. And that's why we can see this crash coming in now with lots of starboard boats and port boats at the same time. It's really tight here. It's going to be complete chaos.
Oh, yes.
Very interesting how people will start tracking inside the zone. So look here that Lilu can make it. She did, so that's great. She will have to take a penalty. And then here's also important, if you're coming from the left ley line, you have to give way to all the boats going downwind for starboard. These are some great shots here. Manuel stuck on the mark as well, having to take a penalty here. We can see Will. He was great earlier, probably went far too much to the left and lost there at the end.
So around the mark, I think we had Chalpi, Morteo, Åkesson, Rogel, Noto.
It was very interesting. Once again, we had 2 shifts per race on the first upwind. So if you just play the shift correctly, it doesn't matter that much where you start. The wind is quite strong at the moment. We have white caps all over the place. Still the sailors can barely just get the swell waves.
We also see the entire fleet just coming out to what was earlier the left, right, where it's everyone is judging that there's an upside there and not going closer towards land, right? Or sorry, the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like more boats are going on the left side, upwind, left side. But I think it's very hard to predict what's going to happen. We ended on the right side of the first upwind, so maybe we had some more wind there temporarily. We will try to give you a close-up shot of the rounding so we can see what's happening. But here we have this clear overview of how the sailors are maneuvering. Most, as you said, Peter, are going on the left mark, trying to play the left side on the second opening.
Yeah. Here we see Chalpi and Morteo fighting for the lead.
And we can see clearly now that they actually catch some of the serves here. And when they do, they get so much more speed. So for the few sailors who master downwind in these conditions, they're unstoppable. You can gain hundreds of meters.
Choosing different gate roundings to separate each from each other, or have they seen something the other hasn't? Coming in for a fight for third and fourth place, I think we have Rogel and Åkesson, Spain, Sweden, respectively. Ernst Åkesson coming closer to the pin, executing his focus on the pin early.
Yeah, and then
followed by Rogan.
we have
Surrounding.
doing a good race together with Philippe.
And then the Oliveira.
We have Lilou doing a nice maneuver on the left mark, waiting for a turn around. This is very interesting sailing now, I think.
Very, very good conditions now, right?
Yeah, you need good technique, boat handling to handle these waves.
And also understanding where you will have a little bit more of an upside of catching the wind, right? So boat handling skill, weather skill, and you're meeting the other top 45 in the world.
Yeah, even if you're normally faster than the rest, maybe now you're not that much faster. So far, it looks quite even. Maybe the left side has been slightly better so far, but it's too early to tell.
Yeah, and sadly, it's actually not all 45 that are competing now. We have Irene Faini from Italy and Ethan Shia from Singapore that cannot compete, sadly. I think they have been, they are sick from food poisoning.
I'm not sure exactly why, but I heard Ethan had to go to the hospital as well. So
Yes,
we
so
hope
we're
everything works
thinking of
out for
them, hoping the best for them and their family, and we would sure have liked to see them on the course these days as well. So best of recovery for you guys, Irene and Ethan.
We can see that the left side paid off a little bit, especially here on the end. It looked like they might even have overstood the mark a little bit. Italy leading. Shalpi. Orteo second. Look like Åkesson third. Slight mistake there. But Thomas had to make a spin, but he's fine. Still in second position. Fourth, Isan. Fifth, an Italian sailor.
I think it's Filippo Noto.
Agis Christos.
Carl Birgersson.
Very tight now. Anything could happen.
Oh, yes, now.
Some boats have, will for sure need to dock. If they try to make the attack, there will be penalties here. Yes, we're going to have a penalty there for sure. Also not fetching the mark there for Italy. I actually did fetch the mark. I will probably get a penalty.
Here we see, we follow Leandro, Thomas, and Ernst on the downwind. Fairly separated. Also, Isan Rogel. It's even shaping up unless something really big happens to end up with roughly the same results. Let's see if anyone can gain anything on the downwind.
That penalty cost quite a lot. It looks like Leandro will win this for sure. Unless capsizes or something here on the last jibe. Not that much wind, so it will probably be clear. Here you can see these waves. Very important to time your jibe so that you want to do it when you have the most speed. So when you're on a surf, if you can make the jibe, that's when you will gain the most from the jibe and also when it's the safest. Walk in the park here. Leandro winning this race.
Not even close. Executing his last upwind perfectly. Had some separation also for Tomas Morteo.
Here it looks like Philippe has done a great downwind here, overtaking Ernst for 4th position, Ernst, and 5th, Ethan. Manuel. Carl Birgersson, Bastian, Serato, Francisco, Will, Papas. Yeah, there was Philippe there finishing. We have Laura finishing. Freya. Thomas. Sean. That's too fast for me. I missed some boats there. But we will congratulate the winners of this race. So, Leandro, without any issues winning. Second, Thomas, I think also quite clear. And then a great finishing touch by Filippo.
Yes.
We missed what he did, but whatever he did, that was
Had
a
a
good
very,
move.
very good downwind and it rounded very close to number 4 and managed to round it a little bit better.
And we can also see how tight it is on the reach. Even here is not really done. Normal is done at the last mark, but here we can see that 1 meter loss and you might lose 1 or 2 boats.
we have the top 10 of today's race. It's number 7.
And we're back here. We just changed to the OptiGP course, so they will start on starboard reach and then go to the first mark. So this is the first race in lots of wind when we do this course, so it will be extremely interesting to see how it turns out. We have a little bit less than 3 minutes, I think. Sailors clearly think it's better to start at the pin. That is a little bit higher. And as I said before, now it all comes down to the optimal course. If you can sail it and have the best angle without having covered wind, it will be the best. And normally, the lower you are, the closer to us, closer to the committee, the better your optimal course will be. But the problem here is when we have a lot of wind, the optimal course always changes a little bit lower. So it starts at reach and then it goes lower, closer to downwind when you have more wind. So I would guess it's a little bit lower than reach now. And the question is, can you do that? Can you make such a start low and still survive without being covered? Clearly, none of the sailors think so. That's why they're all up there. But it also gives them a better opportunity to start here alone, and then you don't have any covered wind. And the sailors are off. We can see one sailor.
Yeah.
That's interesting. One sailor starting alone here, doing my strategy that I'm not saying is the best, but it's an alternative to the one that everyone else did. So I think it's too high. It doesn't look that great from here. Probably middle start was the best, and then you can have your free wind without going too high. If it was light wind, for sure it would have been a lot better for Tech 1P there at the bottom. But now we can see the middle boats doing great. But the interesting part is we also have another boat who started more towards us, but still quite alone. So we'll see how that turns out. The line is free, no clear, no covered wind. But I truly think they're all too high when they start here low, so that's why it's not actually paying off. Here we have the leaders. We have Margot in the middle, followed by Tara, Lilou, and then some boats on the high lane. I think the high lane will pay off for most boats. Only if you're like really, really good, a lower lane will work. Looks like Margot is gonna take this. But as you can see, under her, there aren't many boats. I think it's a Brazilian sailor there who started middle bottom of the line, doing quite well. Maybe coming in here at second or fourth, depending on the last few meters. It's really tight. Peter, what do you say about this? This is what you've been wishing for.
Yeah,
The action.
this is the first chaotic rounding after GP start.
Sailors are really far out.
So sadly, we have a little bit of problem reading what happens. It's not bad reception in your end. We saw the same as you.
And now you have to be extremely fast to gain these few meters. The race kind of starts here at the gate. That's when you have a normal race, and everything up until that point is basically a tactical speed race. So we will see now who started the best and picked the correct lane also here on the downwind. We just saw here one boat leading by quite a lot on rounding now, and it's Manuel Braganza from Brazil. Very nice. He basically starts the race 100 meters ahead of the rest. Then after him, it's very close. You can see people are evenly divided between the marks. Gonna have blobs on both marks. Here we see the left mark, Alexander Forsin. He has room from some boats, but others he has to go outside. He did that. Oh no, he got stuck. Two boats are stuck. He got stuck together with Argentina. Francisco, I think. Here we can see tight action. Both marks are chaotic at the moment.
It requires a different skill set than a regular sailing, this one, right?
Yeah, but it also makes it more exciting.
Absolutely. They will learn a lot from these different races that they never regularly do in the rest of the season, and we have to have respect for that. It's the best of the best in the Opti from all over the world, but it's also a new form.
Yeah, and
They will come stronger out of this than they were coming here.
And I think it's very good also for your future career in sailing to have some kind of different types of race, so you don't only do the same. Not only the typical IOTA style of sailing, but
No,
also try
absolutely.
something different.
Loving it.
Here we have Manuel Braganza leading quite a lot.
Yeah, he has the C behind him, actually. So,
Could be 50 meters. But he is being chased. Do we know who that is, Peter? Looks like
that is Andrea de Murtas.
correct. So the Murtas has done a great job so far, climbing a lot. Third position, we have Agis Christos. Sorry, that was fourth. There was Christos the Angelikis. And then Sean Krum on his mark, and also Bastian Serrato.
Chappy.
Yeah, Lucena on this mark. But a lot of sailors also rounded other marks, so I think we're around 20 now.
It's where the magic happens.
Here we have Manuel approaching the mark. Still good 30 meters ahead of Andrea De Murtas from Italy.
A little bit more of a fight behind. Right now, maybe little in favor of Leandro Scialpi, but it will not be.
So we can see we have maybe 80 meters to the rest of the fleet. think we're around 10, 12 here, no?
Yes. Roundabout. I think we're approaching 20 now.
Alexander's rounding. Johnny. We can now see the sailors approaching the last reach into the finish. We have Manuel in the lead, followed by Andrea. Don't think we'll see anything happening there, even though they are 20 meters apart. However, it's a lot tighter, a little bit more in the back. I think we have like 10 sailors who could be third, depending on how it turns out.
So we have the top three winners of the last race. Manuel Braganza, as you saw, fairly dominant from the first mark onward. Andrea de Murtas getting a stable number two early, and then
and he was almost catching up there at the end, but
yeah.
Couldn't.
And then it was a tight fight towards the end with Leandro Scialpi, Alexander Forsén sailing up a lot of positions. I think 6 almost close, but Leandro had enough margin to fight him off.
And we will be right back with you for race 9. And now we are about to start race 9. You can see that the sailors are looking to do something similar to last time. Most are in a blob at the pin mark.
It's going to be another GP race.
Yeah. We have some great shots here. It will be interesting to see how it goes for the guys here at the bottom, if they can survive. Seems like the guys in the middle are leading for now. They were also a little bit early on the line, so we don't know if they were too early, but they were earlier than the rest. Here we can see the angle a little bit better, and we can see it's almost a perfect reach for the guys in the middle. And if you are a bit higher, it's lower than reach. For the waves coming from the side here, it's very good to go zigzag so that you can get a little bit of extra push from the waves, but it will also damage your lane, so it's not easy when you have both to the left and to the right like this, which is uncommon. Normally you have both in front of you and in the back. But here we can see it looks really good here for the guys in the middle. Should it be Puerto Rico there, Peter?
Yeah, Italy is there as well, right?
Yeah, I think it's an Italian sailor winning in the top, but in the middle there it's a bit harder to see who it could be. Thought I saw a Greek sailor there.
I'm going to give you the meta sail scoring, but do remind yourself that that is behind our live coverage, right? So we're now seeing stuff from meta sail that happened a minute earlier in what you're seeing on the screen.
Yeah, exactly. Even so, it's probably Ines who is actually there in the middle leading or in second position. Too early to tell. We have Felipe Notto. Looks like Georgios Canavas there. Probably in the lead. Very tight now.
They're coming in all at once. Wide line at the start. Thin point there.
And you're not required to go close to the mark. You can take the upper lane. I think in less than a minute, all the sailors passed the mark. So that's a really tight rounding. But it wasn't any chaos this time. It was a bit surprising.
Yeah.
They were like a smooth line of boats, but very tightly packed.
And coming out, we had Carnavas, Larmino, Noto, Balbuena, Birgersson. See how this develops.
Yeah, I think it looked like the sailors on the right side, downwind right side, were leading there. They had a better angle, and soon I think Metacell also pick up on this.
Yeah.
We can now follow the boat coming in from the right side. It's a little bit favored, I think, on the left. And these boats try to gamble a bit, but
I
not
think
sure they...
middle left looks to be very. They were out on the left and now coming towards the middle, seem to be ahead in the race.
Here we have some of the top boats. Looks like Carl and Georgios. So these boats are both in the top 5 at the moment.
And Ines is still in the race as well.
Yeah, so I think any of these boats could probably take the win. Not sure if there are more boats on the left, but I didn't see anyone. So I think these 3 are the ones who could win this race. So we can see Carl doing great, leading at the moment. Maybe the right side was actually better. We'll keep tabs on the tracker and see if we can figure out what he did. Meanwhile, the top gate seems to be a little bit favored on the right side, a little bit shorter distance. And you don't have as much consideration for where you want to go on the downwind when you pick the mark here on the top. So because it's much easier to change side on the downwind than it is on the upwind.
I think the wind ticked a little bit, so you had a better line if you were coming from the left. So they have actually outside sailed the ones on the right. So we have a little bit more of separation here on the second downwind, where Birgersson and Carnavas looks like they have a good shot of getting this. I think we have the two girls, Ines and Lara, battling out for the third position, where I think Ines has the upside. Yeah, it looks like Carl will is winning this one, but Ines having done really good end stint there, fighting it out with Georgios Canoas, but I think having it. And that's the top three with Clara Hummel, Thomas Morteo, Manuel Braganza, Balbuena, Serato, Noto, Veronese, unless something else will happen here.
Change, bro.
And we see the three winners of
Race 9.
race 9. Carl Birgersson from Denmark led it from the start to the finish, right?
Yeah, it feels like he has a great upward trend at the moment.
Yes, number 3 overall now. Ines, Larmino Mendes, very good race, absolutely from her. She was also early in the game, and I think she started number 1 out of the blocks almost, right? So that start gave her a good result in the regatta. And then it was, as with previous races, a little bit more open around third place, finally being won by Georgios Karnavas from Greece. So congrats, guys.
So it's 4 o'clock in Limassol, Cyprus. We see the boats are now heading ashore, so it's over for the day. We're going to leave you with some great views of Limassol here as the second day of the Regatta of Champions 2025 rounding off. We're hoping to see you tomorrow again, bright and early. The intention is to start at 11 local time again. Hopefully we have the wind with us and we can do that. So looking forward to seeing you back tomorrow. Thanks for today.